Hey X2, hello. Hello, hello. Woo. Okay, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Nil pointer. Interesting. So we have, I think we saw undefined behavior. We haven't seen unreachable yet. Now there's nil pointer. I think we've seen a null pointer also at some point, unless it was you with a different, well, slightly different nickname. I think there's like somewhere there's like the Avengers of programming problems. We're missing division by zero. Um, we need also out of bounds. And technically, we also need branching on undefined memory. Because I mean, undefined memory by itself is not a problem. Anyway. So I hope everybody's ready. This is gonna be a fun stream. I'm gonna wait for the countdown to finish, and then we're gonna start. Do 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 do. Nickname dev, hello. I'm having a linked list versus array list situation, and it's so painful. I'll just watch you programming for a bit instead. Okay. Wait, what kind of situation is that? I'm not sure I've ever had a linked list versus array list situation. It's like you're torn between which one of the two to use. You have some code that assumes one, some code that assumes the other, and you wish they could share memory somehow, share data. Okay, let's do programming. So here's the idea. Oh man, this is so good. So check this out. I'm going to well, I'm going to run my last build of Zine. I can't make a new build of Zine because I pulled a dependency and there's new code that I have to integrate with. So I'm going to run the last build of Zine, which is a debug build. And you can see that it's not super fast. It takes a while. Actually, is this release? No, this is not release. Okay, right. And this already has one improvement in it in terms of performance, but it's not super fast. Also, this has been built with Tracy enabled. I should maybe print something about Tracy being enabled. Anyway, so here's how integration works. I think here, yeah, I open a new Tracy window, I connect, run the program, Tracy collects everything, and check it out. We have, I also wrote a bunch of code to create a bunch of Tracy scopes. So that's why you see these. Like I added all of them manually. You don't get this out of the box. But here's what you can notice. By the way, when we look at it in the beginning, it was kind of like this. So you can see that there's like these big things, right? That take a bunch of time, and each one of those, it's a render page. So you can see that also if I do zone info and I expand it, and I look at messages, you can see that this says blog multi-sequence for loop. So what is comp time? I don't know if you noticed, but earlier the blog posts that stayed there the longer were these two. What is the comp time and multi-sequence for loops? And in fact, if you look at other ones, you might even see here, for example, look at these guys. These are like a bunch of different render pages, but they're all super small. Why go and not Rust, the open source game, render page, static site paradox. Like these are so small. Why are these guys so big? And the answer is these guys include source code, like code blocks that need syntax highlighting. And syntax highlighting takes forever. So if you look at this one is multi-sequence for loops, which has a ton of code snippets. Rendering a code snippet takes 100 milliseconds per code snippet, which is a ton of time. And in fact, in reality, if you zoom in, the actual rendering takes very little time. Takes 100 microseconds, so 0.1 milliseconds. But there's a ton of time that's spent here in this thing syntax. This is not being super precise, but basically it's us loading the grammar. So loading not just loading the grammar, to be precise, it's loading syntax highlighting queries because we don't cache that. And it takes forever to load syntax highlighting queries. And so that like murders us. So basically our rendering time is completely dominated by the time it takes us to load three-seater queries. So we need to do some caching there. Definitely. Also, if we look at statistics is, I guess it's a more like, it's a more like standard view where like you now get basically to see which scopes are the worst ones, and you can see the syntax is the worst one because it takes forever. We're spending 3.8 seconds on a total of what? I don't know how long the thing was in total. Oh, you know why? This total is, I think it took, time span is, I'm not sure I know how to read this. Is this how much it took in total? And this number is bigger because it was on across multiple threads. Yeah, that sounds about right. So in total, we spent 1.5 seconds running Zine in debug mode. And of these 1.5 seconds, a stupid amount of it was spent loading three-seater syntax highlighting queries. So this is what we want to improve. Expect a huge difference once we implement that correctly. So I want to get off topic, but there's a discussion over on Discord. Thank you, Discord. I'm good. Okay, I see. People are discussing these things. So yeah, let's get it done. More precisely, the dependency is flow syntax, and Neuroside actually made the improvement already. I pulled it. So he added a way of caching. Let's look at the new interface. So now it wants you to provide a query cache, create file type, create guest file type, destroy, reset, refresh full, refresh from buffer. Refresh from string, render. Okay, I think we don't use many of these things. Hello, low byte fox. We only use some of them. Okay, so now we have this query cache argument, and query cache when created has a lock. Oh, and uses optionalness to lock and unlock its mutex when doing things. Okay. Okay. So he had a support for this stuff. So now we need to integrate with it. So let's go do that. So in syntax highlight, I'm currently looking at the OpenBSD related issue. Nice. So low byte fox. As I understand it, you will need to have a system where you basically need to create a subscription for every subdirectory that you encounter as you're looping through everything. So we have a system like that in the Linux implementation. So if you look, here's an idea. What you might want to do is copy the Linux implementation that we already have in Zine. You copy it, and then you basically replace every usage of iNotify with K event, basically. Long story short. And then for the rest, you keep doing roughly the same thing. If that makes sense for you. If you want to tackle this from first principles, obviously feel free to do that. You just know that you will, if I understand correctly, you will, since you cannot do like recursive, like implicitly recursive watch, you will have to do that. Okay, so create node type, and this guy now wants a query cache. So we need to provide it with a query cache. So where do we make a query cache? Because we need to have one global for the entire program. I guess we could put one in here. So like literally in here, we put a global one, but then we need to call init on it, right? Does it need init, or can it be default inited? Needs an allocator. These guys are unmanaged. So far, this could all be statically initialized. It's just this field that is Um, no, this also can be comp time noun. It's comp time noun actually in our case. Huh. Hmm. Wait, is it? Okay, you know what? Just to simplify things, let's go in main and let's put this in main because in the global stuff that I'm sharing across things is in main, which is mainly the debug allocator when not doing multi-threaded stuff and the progress bar. So we're gonna put in here also the query thing. So we can do pub var. Does it really matter though? Because we can grab this stuff from global, so who cares? You know what? Maybe I'll do it at some point, but for now as a starting point, we can just put it here. So syntax query cache. Oh, it has create. Wait, what? Why does it heap allocate self? Wait a second. Why is this heap allocating self? I don't think we need to heap allocate this thing, so we're gonna go manual. Everything else has a default value, so we're good. Okay, so I have a query cache up here, and then in here. Oh, but wait a second. This guy will want to use this allocator with the query cache, will it not? Ah, that is pain, is it not? Oh, no, it's actually maybe not because the query cache has its own stuff. Yeah, query cache has its own thing, so it's fine. Hello, the loop. Expected to arguments found 3. What do you mean? Allocator, lang name, query cache. Allocator, lang name, query cache. Okay, so uh, ZLS doesn't know. Expected type optional mutex found type. Yeah. Expected for arguments found 3 in line 55. Yeah, same problem. Right. So, oh, I see. So destroy is trying to do. Now it's gonna do reference counting. Yeah, you know what? No, dude, we don't destroy. We don't destroy. We actually wanna keep the query cache alive, no matter what. Mm-mm. Okay, so we built. There's one thing though. Let's see if we can do this. Git stash pop. Actually, do we need to do that? You know what? Let's not do it. Let's leave it as is. Okay, let's see what happens now. With this new system. Holy shit, is it faster? This was a debug build, and it was much faster. Well, if you look at this, so basically, what's happening is that now we're loading these syntax thingies only once, and after they're loaded, we just spend time actually rendering. So now we went from 1.5 seconds to less than 300 milliseconds to rebuild my website. This is debug mode, by the way. This is in debug mode. And we're still not as fast as we could be. We're still not as fast as we could be, which is bonkers. So let's make a release build out of, just because. Oh, I should also point out this. We spend 100 milliseconds waiting for Tracy. So when we have Tracy enabled, we spend 100 milliseconds waiting for it to flush anything. How does this compare to Hugo? I'm not sure because it's been a long time since my website has been run by Hugo, but I mean, Hugo is a pretty good piece of software, but it's Go. They have a much higher performance ceiling than us. Sorry, much lower performance ceiling. For them, that there's no way they can compare with what you can do with Zig. Watch release fast now. Oh, right. Invalid option D, Tracy. Yes, about that. So this has caused us to rebuild our dependency. Let me think how we want to do this now. I want to remove integration with flow syntax for Tracy. Okay, this is release fast. Okay, with Tracy and all the profiling that Tracy has. So yeah, like less than 1 millisecond. Basically now those things that were, wait, oh, this is the self time. No, wait a second. 33 milliseconds. Okay, so now rendering a page is 33 milliseconds. Sorry, I was looking at the self time. Self time is time not spent in any of the children, I guess. So, okay. Overall, yeah, now that this is like, they are still dominant. Because every time you need to load one of these things, it's dominant. But once they're loaded, then you're pretty much good to go. So this is great. So 163 milliseconds. From 1.5 seconds to 163 milliseconds. Now, here's another thing that we could do in theory. In theory, we could also try to find a time before we start parsing, or before we start rendering pages. We could also find which languages we need to preload, and we try to preload them at any point in time where we are waiting for main thread work. So for example, so here's, okay, so here we're doing scan content dir. For example, as we're scanning content dirs, we could, for example, load a few very common languages. So like we could say, okay, we have 10 threads waiting, and well, depending on the number of threads, we could have like a list of the top common languages and say, let's preload those. In this case, the scan content error takes only 1.5 milliseconds because it's also I don't have a ton of content. Like if you had more content, this would take more time. But you know what? I think it's an interesting thing. We just need to be careful about it, because in any case, we would be scheduling something that takes 20 something milliseconds. Honestly, I think this is way too much. Like, what the fuck is 3Sitter doing when parsing those queries? I bet you that, like, why is 3Sitter so slow at parsing queries compared to even my parsers? Why are my parsers so much faster than 3Sitter? I don't get it. There's something. I bet you that there's something obscene that they do with syntax queries, but whatever. So yeah, we have to be careful because we need to basically schedule it at a point in time where we're doing kind of like multiple milliseconds worth of work. And at least in this website, it doesn't seem that there's any point in time where we do any of that. That said, there might be times where we wait for the main thread. So for example, let me see if there's a point in time where we're waiting for the main thread. So which one of these bad boys is the main thread? I think it's the last one. It's the one that does scan content error. Okay, so this is the main thread. So analyze page, analyze page, analyze page. We're waiting for page analysis to end. So, okay, you see in this whole space here, it's 300 microseconds. Dude, I don't know. Like, I genuinely was thinking that we could schedule some of these guys earlier. But I mean, I don't even know when. Truth be told, I don't even fucking know when. Um, 3Sitter makes you write your grammars in JavaScript, but it's basically you're using it as a like config language. So basically, you write in 3Sitter in JavaScript your 3Sitter grammar, but then that compiles to a data file that then 3Sitter uses to produce a C implementation. So you don't have any JavaScript running after the fact. It's just like a configuration language. That said, you can't trust these C projects. They all do weird stuff. Yeah, in any case, I would say this is now not bad. This is now definitely not bad. Look at this guy, 22 milliseconds. That was a lot of time. The problem is that if you sum all the time before then, like if you sum everything that happened before then, it's not even a fraction of that time. It's like it's 5 milliseconds. So if we were to try and move some of this stuff earlier, maybe we would shave 5 milliseconds from the final runtime. So in the end, this is kind of how it is. What I need next, I would say, is to run Zine on a bigger website, a more complex website, where I can start seeing what happens in a more complex website in the first phase. And I think that as we see a first phase that takes more time, that takes significantly more time, then that will be a good place where to put preloading of 3Sitter highlighting queries. Maybe. In any case, this is now good. To load them outside of the lock and see if 3-seater pukes. What is it? 160 ms? Gigantic. They're probably blocking on the lock. Are you loading all the queries in parallel? You got banned a second time. Oh, god damn it. How? Insane. But yeah, no, I think that the everything. So if you're watching, then I think that everything is loading perfectly as it should. No, I don't think that they are like, look, they're not doing it serially. So I think this is all fine. How are you holding the lock? Let me see what are you doing with the lock. Query injection self. You're calling query cache.get. Yeah. I don't know. It all makes sense to me. Okay, so neurosite. If you're watching, let's see. Definitely serial. That's why the end times are staggered. You think so? I mean, if I don't do the lock thing, though, it will be. Let me think about it for a second. I am not sold on this idea that they are like. Okay, let me think about it for a moment. No, you're right. So the idea is it takes a while to run, and then everybody else is waiting for the lock. Yes. Oh, right. The problem is you're using the lock. Yeah. Okay. So I think I understand what the problem is. So here's a question for you. You don't really need a hash map for this stuff, do you? Because in theory, and I get that there might be comp time problems with this, but there's a one-to-one mapping with these guys, right? So like each one of these guys could technically hold that stuff, right? Hey, yeah, I'm loving it. But by the way, I was Brennan. I'm doing performance work on Zine, and Neurosite has been improving the way we load 3-seater queries, and because we weren't caching anything, and we're loading them a bunch of times, and I went from 1.5 seconds to 163 milliseconds, and the next time, and the next one, like the next step, is gonna be go even lower. Although, yeah, it seems that there's some bad luck contention though that we need to find a way of bypassing. Let's see. But it won't make much of any difference. Well, the way you would do it at that point is that you don't have one mutex for everything, but you use atomic operations for setting and getting those pointers, right? I guess that would be the idea. Well, I guess okay. Let's see if I understand the problem correctly, and we're having like a good discussion. The problem is we're calling when we do to syntax. Okay, we're doing query cache.get, and .get has a mutex, and there's one mutex for everything. So the problem is that we are not able to get something that was already computed until the other stuff is done loading. So yeah, the problem is that we cannot have just one mutex for everything. So what we would want, I guess, instead is something that will allow us to basically lock a specific thing. Man, we're getting into annoying territory where, like, I guess you need so if you because you now have to deal with the fact that you're trying to get a um, you're trying to get a syntax highlighting query that is not present, but somebody is already loading, and now you have to wait. And what does it mean to wait? Waiting means uh, yielding, waiting on a reset event, like on a reset event, or some kind of condition type of thing. So you have to do that. That is super annoying. That is super annoying. Okay, Neurosite doesn't have extra comments. Uh, yeah, this is the okay. So basically, so far with Zine, we haven't had any trouble with any concurrency stuff because everything has been very easily parallelizable. This is the only annoying part. This is the only really annoying part. Really, really annoying. Yeah, really, really, really annoying. So in theory, what I would kind of want is not a hash map, but have every single one of those things have every single one of those things a corresponding slot somewhere. And then we could use atomics to swap their values, but the problem is that we would still need to wake people that are waiting on that language to become available. So they would also need a well, it cannot be a condition because a condition requires you to hold a mutex. So what do you use for synchronization at that point? I feel like I need to watch King's talk again. There's another thing though that I'm not sure I understand. Oh, I guess the point is that since we don't have the super granular info anymore. Okay, you know what? Let me re-enable granular information inside of flow syntax. Git stash pop. Oh, nice. Updated upstream. Oh, what a mess. Wait a second. So I want to basically keep most of what he has, except this goes here. File type lang apparently is super small. That doesn't take anything. Parser also is not a problem. It's only queries. So Q zone we keep and I zone for injection. Okay, this is awful looking, but it should be fine, or mostly so. Then what's the problem here? Oh, this one goes away. Is this it? I think we fixed it. Almost. Where is that lang coming from? Where is that lang coming from? There's no more lang? No, syntax has lang. Where was lang supposed to be defined then? I have it here. I guess it should be inlined. But why don't I now? And I want to see what this looks like on GitHub. How? Okay, where is that information present here, man? I feel like I'm getting scammed by Git. What? Where's that line? Okay. So let's see how we do now. Also, let's do not release fast. Let's just do normal debug release. So we're gonna be slower, but yeah, still pretty fast. Honestly, this new version is still pretty fast. Wait, did we actually record a second run by any chance? Probably not. Okay, discard, reconnect, run. Okay, there we go. Now we have more like granular stuff. So the thing is, I don't see these as perfectly like I get it logically that the mutex means mutually exclusive access to things, but at the same time, this doesn't seem that terrible. Yeah, so like there is no easy solution because an alternative would be that you could in theory release the mutex while you're loading the file from Triciter and then regain the mutex afterwards. But you still have the problem that somebody in the meantime could see that, actually maybe this is the answer. You release the mutex you really, so you set something that says that that thing is being loaded, and to wait, you then release the mutex, do the three-seater work, regain the mutex, and then wake up waiters on a condition. I think this might be the solution. Let's see. I'll add a lock per query. That should be the best option. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess. Lock per query. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's not even all that many languages at the end of the day. Your side, are you gonna do this now? I'm, or should I like prototype it myself to see how that changes things? In any case, so by the way, debug mode, which on top of being debug in general, also does extra checks, is 260 milliseconds, which is not bad. Honestly, this is really not bad. Can do it now. Let's go. We poop. Oh, we have hyperfine though, I guess. Exited with non-zero exit code. Why? How do you run commands? Let's see. Yeah, I'm also running Tracy. That's a good point. No Tracy. Can I hyperfine it now? Command terminated with non-zero exit code 1. Why? Oh, so you are lying. Oh, is this it? Is this how you do it? Oh, I see. Honestly, this does not give me the warm, fuzzy feeling of poop. Do I have poop? I have poop. Any updates to poop? No, poop is great. Poop is not great. What's going on, man? Oh, I see what's going on. I think that somebody doesn't like macOS. Is this it? Wait a second. Is this a poop doesn't like macOS moment? POSIX error function with non-void return type blah 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 implicitly returns. Wait, no, this is worse. This is Zig standard library doesn't like macOS moment. What? Native OS Linux. Yep. RIP. Like if you're not Linux, you kind of never mind. Poop doesn't give me warm fuzzy feelings on macOS, I guess. So, is there like a something that can give hyperfine for extra stats? Command. Let's see. Warm up, mean, runs, setup, reference, prepare, conclude, clean up, parameter scan, parameter step size list shell, your failure, style, sort, time unit, export, 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 output, input. So the answer is no. There's no. This is it. Yeah, yeah, it does not. I forgot about that. So 181 milliseconds. This is debug without Tracy. Debug with Tracy. Yeah, holy cow. Yep, Tracy is definitely. Wait, can I do comparisons? Oh yeah, but I don't have multiple executables. Okay, I would have to have multiple executables out. It's fine. I'll do it manually. So then we do release fast with Tracy. Oh, there's another thing though. No, you know what? There is some overhead here, but actually 100 milliseconds are hard-coded by me. I'm putting a final sleep of 100 milliseconds to ensure that Tracy gets its events when it's enabled. So there's also that. So yeah, this is 166. Uh-oh. So release fast, no Tracy. Hell yeah. The first benchmarking run for this command was significantly slower than the rest. It's okay, dude. 30 milliseconds. Whew. Not bad. Not bad, huh? Holy cow. This is so like Zine. It feels instant. By the way, is still working? Is it still working? Clean public, run it. Git diff it. Yep. Yep, these are all good diffs. Yep, these are all good diffs. Yeah, okay, so files are there, diffs are good, so we didn't bork anything. We were just going fast. Crazy. You know what? In the meantime, I'm gonna publish my Tracy integration. Actually, is there any serious Tracy integration out there? Like Brandon, how do you guys integrate? You know what? I can discover this stuff myself. Time to go do some spelunking. Is it rock? Lang? Yeah. How do you guys integrate with Tracy? Let's see. No mention of Tracy. Interesting. Oh, you guys have a tracy.zig somewhere, huh? Yeah, look at it. Okay. Yeah, I can't do this, unfortunately, because this approach works. That's how I was doing it originally, but this approach only works up until you want to also trace your dependencies. Which I guess in your case, maybe that's fine because you don't plan to have dependencies, like real dependencies to the compiler. But in my case, my project is a bunch of dependencies. And so I had to create a module for it because otherwise you will end up creating a duplicated options module that completely messes up your compilation. So like you start getting errors basically from Zig. So let's go do some of that legwork. Yeah, I had to put it in a module basically. It's literally the same file. I think we are all using the same file. I also wish we had like the ability to build more of Tracy ourselves, but so far I've been like YOLO hard coding this, which is not a great way of doing it. How do you guys do this for Linux? I'm guessing that you're putting more care into making this work for Linux also. Oh, you forced the user to give you that info. Well, that's fair. Yeah, we should actually, we should actually build this stuff ourselves. That makes sense. Well, you know what? I think I'm just gonna add some of this information to a README and then call it a day. Yeah, that would be delightful. The work made this work well. Have a nice day, X2. When using Tracy for the new version of the raw compiler, we have an essentially countable number of allocations. Really easy to find an allocation and remove it to speed things up. Oh, that is so nice. I saw that you guys were also surprised at how faster the tokenizer was, like your new tokenizer. I'm glad to hear that. There's also, like, related to these, there's this nice blog post. Although, to be clear, I don't recommend you necessarily try any of the things done here, but it is at the very least a very interesting read. This is from Iridescent Rose, who is like long-time member of the Z community. He also has like, this title is so funny, making a language to surpass Lua script. Making a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. It's very on point because he is the author also of a PSP homebrew toolkit written in Zig, but also we had a Showtime episode a long time ago with him, where we also were doing this joke. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Zig on the PSP, and like we made this stupid. You can see it, right? Like metal Zig Solid, a language to surpass C. Anyway, I found it funny. It's been a long time. Let me share the link though. Well, I think this is still a heavily work in progress language, but because he's still working on tokenizer stuff, but he has some very interesting insight on how to do tokenization. It's very minimal. Like, the idea is, you know what? A token has a kind tag in a position, like the start position. And if you want to, like, if you want the token back, like if you want to know where the token ends, you retokenize. So it's very minimal, plus a bunch of other shenanigans to like make the CPU go fast. I would say some of the, I personally, I would consider some of these things worth doing as like a second pass once you're like more happy with other things, I would say. But it's fun. Like, I love this blog post, so highly recommend to read it. Okay, so you have Tracy. Yeah. To be fair, so also if you want to do that crazy stuff, like especially SIMD, another thing that you can do is keep around the more normal, easy to understand tokenizer, and then you start using it as an oracle for fuzzing and other testing. That's what I plan to do with my HTML parser. Although, to be fair, holy shit, like, I thought that my HTML parser being, mostly written according to the spec would not be super good. But yeah, we don't really feel it in Zine. Like, parsing my templates takes not that much time. Yeah, that article is awesome. So it's like, takes very, very little time. Although there's definitely some interesting questions. I think that sometimes there's like some times where we do next where next takes a lot more than its companions. In any case, you know what? We can start focusing on that stuff if and only if we're like, we can lower the amount of time spent here doing these things, because this is already a lot. You know, also what I'm thinking, that that a thread should probably also have a local cache. Like once you fetched a language and you have it, you shouldn't have to go through another mutex to refetch the same language. So maybe I should have a thread local, like list of languages. Probably. You know what? That's another improvement that we could add later. Okay. So while Neurosciety is looking into this stuff, what else can we do that might be interesting? So my website now builds with new Zine, which is great, and it takes apparently 30 milliseconds, so that's good. Next is we should tackle some other website that is maybe more complicated. Maybe it's time to start looking into the official Zine website and see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. I think it's time. So quit Tracy, make a debug build. We definitely are going to need a debug build of Zine because we're definitely going to stress some feature that I left as a to do. So make a debug build. Go to zinessg.io. I should have, I think, a decent build in Zig out. But you know what? Maybe let's do this. Zig, fetch, save, latest Zine. We actually rm, rf, Zig out. So we reset Zig out. We build. So now I'm building with old Zine. This is Zine based on the Zig build system. So it will take a while because I'm going to have to compile all the tooling. It will really be curious to see how later stages of the compiler end up being in performance. I think tokenizers and parsers are common low-hanging fruit for crazy speedups. Yeah, that is fair. I guess the bigger question is if you can get any speed up with what you do afterwards. Well, I guess you will have to rethink how you do how you did things in the past if you want speed ups. I would assume. Like I don't know how you guys did it in the past, but let's assume that you use more pointers and you had like trees. And so if you're moving from trees to like a more data oriented design style, then yeah, it will basically be the result of the extra work that you do. If you already had that, then I don't know. Maybe you gain in code clarity. Maybe I'm guessing that you don't have something as nice as multi-array listing in Rust, or maybe you do to some degree with macros. I don't know, but I'm guessing the rest of the ecosystem doesn't really play nice with that much. Okay, now watch Zine poop itself. There we go. Fatal message. Uh-oh. Unable to find zine.ziggy. Oh, that's fine. That's actually fair. Copy. There's SOARS. SOARS. Static assets. I don't know. Probably CNAME. I'm not sure about any of the other ones. There we go. Panic to do. Build asset? What? I have build assets? Oh, snap. Okay, so. Well. Okay, so we definitely had more static assets. Okay, so we copy everything over. Then we had these build assets. Right, we wanted to use our own build.zig.zone as an asset, which is why it was a build asset. And then we have the front matter schema from Zine itself that we want to embed. Huh. Huh. Well, that is interesting indeed. That is interesting indeed. Let's see, before we had pointers based trees allocated in arenas, so I still expect EOD speedups. I would assume so. Though with heavy algorithms, less visible perf games. Nice. Okay, so this freaking website, huh? Oh, this was my title. Okay. This freaking website. Okay, this one I know how to solve. This one is relatively easy to solve, maybe. I guess I could copy it. You know what? This is genuinely a case where the website actually has a reason to use the Zig build system. Like using the Zig build system is not wrong. There's like good reasons to do so. Okay, as a temporary thing, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy my build.zig.zone inside assets. Then I'm gonna copy the schema into assets. It's not wrong to use build.zig to build your website. Well, in this case, the point is that the website has a couple of like extra build pipeline type of stuff, build steps thingies that the website wants to do. And so the official Zine website is actually a good candidate for wanting to keep that around even after Zine becomes fully standalone. Because I have like the steps where I generate reference documentation out of my out of comp time metaprogramming, that kind of stuff. So, and you want a command to regenerate that stuff, I think. So I don't know. We'll see. In any case, for now, I'm gonna cheat, and I'm basically gonna I'm still going to delay implementing build assets. Because it's not super important. And instead, I'm going to just change the code a little bit of the website. That's one. Where is the other case where I show the entire thing? It's somewhere in docs. It's in none of the reference docs. Um, there we go. This is the other one, I think. Okay, and then we got a panic. Error accessing file front matter Zig schema file not found. What? In page analyze content. Okay, so I think this is a legitimate bug. So we might want to take a look at this now. Okay, let's go improve this stuff. So basically, we're trying to in this code here, we are trying to embed this asset front matter Ziggy schema. We shouldn't fail. So the reason that we fail to open a directory, like if the file doesn't exist, we should have caught this in a different way earlier. So here we're basically just straight up opening the file without even thinking about it. But I think we're just doing it wrong. Which, I mean, it's correct because we already passed other checks. Like, for example, just to explain what I mean. Let's say that I typo the name. If I typo the name, I get told the problem. So unknown ref, that one is interesting. So this one is right. I'm not sure about the other ones. This one is definitely right, yes. Missing site asset. Unknown page. I'm guessing these are, maybe these are correct, maybe they're not. I hope they are stable and they stay there. I would expect them to stay there. Once we fix that crash. Okay, undo, save, crash again. Analyze content. Error accessing file in fatal file worker 332. Okay, what are we doing here? We're analyzing content. Oh no, we're doing CWD. That's really, dude, CWD? Really? Okay, we're looking at code. It could be a page asset, a build asset, or a site asset. If it's a page or a build asset, still panic to do. Okay, fine. Well, in any case, if it is a site asset, at least we can do is here we can do build.site assets there, and then we don't have build. Is it B in this context? It's B. Okay, let's see what happens next. Okay, so now we're back to these errors, which I don't think they're right. They shouldn't be there, but you know, at least it's not a crash. Okay, we think that docs scripty is an unknown ref. So we're in docs index SMD and we're linking docs scripty. Holy shit. That is... Yeah, this is actually on me. Yeah, that's on me. Yeah, this is totally wrong. So this is wrong in my new implementation. So this is correct. You are looking at a sibling page, but we are repeating this so we can do this. This is correct. And I think these guys are also complaining because of the same mistake. So let's go in here. We are looking at link to a page. And what are we saying? We're saying page. If it's absolute, we put in there whatever the ref is. If it's a sibling, we said that we put our path and then the ref, but this is wrong. This is unfortunately kind of wrong. This is wrong because this has a component too many in the case of an index.md smd case. Let's see if sibling, is it only sibling that is wrong? Is sub correct? Yeah, sub is correct. Huh. Okay, I need to fix sibling. Do. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back and then work on this. Okay, I'm back. Do. Okay, yeah, this sibling code is wrong. That is so unfortunate. So we need a way of printing a slice of paths, well, of components. So here's what we need to do. We need to grab this path, huh? And we need to say, so this is fine. Variant path table get path no name. Where was pen error? Okay, we need to basically switch on which path we want. And it's based on if. Man, we are so indented. Holy cow. Okay, so if we are not a index.smd, then we're actually good. But then otherwise, we need a block, and then we need to say, we need a slice of our path. So page._scan.md path.slice. Variant path table. So that's a slice. And then we need to break BLK. Well, do we automatically break with BLK? We need to repeat the error here. Unfortunate, but that's what we have to do. So we break BLK with variant dot path table dot get and we pass a slice, and in the URLs we error out. Now path table dot get wants components and returns an optional path. So yes, this is how it is. So this is our reduced path. Redefinition of block. Oh, I have an outer block. Okay. Okay, so now we have a path, which is what we format here. And variant path table get path no name. Path bytes.items. Wait a second. Yeah, it actually did not matter. Oh, I'm such a dum-dum. It does not matter that we fetch a path that early. Yeah. The only thing that matters is that we print it right. Yeah, so we could do this. We print the first path. So we print the first path, and then we say if dot scan dot um, if it's an index, then we do something else. Then we pop basically a component. So we say path bytes dot items equals std fs dot path dot their name. Do we do their name? Yeah, we print it without this. We do their name of path bytes items. So we pop it out. And then after that, we plop in the other ref. Okay. I think these should have fixed it. All right, this is optional. Uh, or else no empty string. It has to be path bytes dot items 00. Or is it 01? Can you do 00? Can you say 00? I think that's fine. Oh, that gives you a... This returns a const thing. God damn it. Okay. There you go. Happy now? Happy. Any better? Okay. Now it's happy. Error unknown ref. Top of this page. Oh, pound sign with nothing else. Yeah, this is not implemented. Pound sign with nothing else. Pound sign with nothing else. So, pound sign with nothing else is a self-page ref. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. So the problem is, how are you supposed to represent pound sign to the top of the page? Empty string? That's technically correct, but also kind of not. I think the answer is that we need to skip the pound sign in SuperMD when this happens. Although, wait, this is not SuperMD. This is our analysis code. No, but this is done by SuperMD. Whereas, like, where are we analyzing links? Image, link, run script. So we are skipping this. Oh, I see. So this is fine. The problem is this. There we go. Now we're hitting another to do. Granular locking version is pushed. Ooh. Okay, so let's put this on pause for a moment. Let's git stash, git pull. Oh, since it needs merge. Okay. Uh, git stash pop. Go to Christoph IT. Have a nice day. Why is this pinned in my doc? Okay, so we are running Tracy. Zine release. All right, we have a build that doesn't have Tracy in it, does it? Yeah. Add Tracy. Zine release. Boom. Um, did I actually pull? I think I might have failed to pull. Like, wait a second. Okay, syntax. So the interface doesn't change. Wait a second. Something has to change because definitely my code was using this stuff in a different way. Query cache. Still has a mutex. Cache entry has a mutex. Get cache entry. Perhaps global mutex. Hmm. We do hash get or put. but no, I guess this is not something that says whether this thing is filled out or not. Wait. We need to look at what syntax does, I think. Do-do-do. We get query, and then we get injections. Okay, so this get tries to get a cache query, which will always return something, but that something might be, in a sense, empty. Get cache query, get cache entry. Are they using the same language? I think you're right. Yes. They are mostly rendering the same language because it's mostly Zig. So yeah, it's mostly Zig. I think a more interesting example would be maybe the Zine website then at this point, because it has more bigger variety of languages. Not a ton, but definitely more than my personal blog. Although I'm still not sure. Maybe this is maybe me missing something out, but I don't see where is the get get rid of the global lock early if possible. That said, that said, so this is entry.mutex, and that part should be fine. Like locking an entry, that makes sense. But where's the part where we're locking the bigger thing? Which I guess is self. Yeah. Oh, here I see some of that. No, this is for destroying. Never mind. Get cached query. So this creates an entry. But this entry is empty, I believe, right? Yeah, it has query set to null. Then where do you fill out query? Here you fill out query. Okay, so this is what's doing the actual big work. So here you're holding the entry mutex. Here you're holding the entry mutex. But I would expect the caller to let go of the outer lock, right? When you're doing that work. Both are never held at the same time. Okay, so then I'm missing where you release this other lock in a way that makes sense to me. Let me see. Oh, because get cache entry. Okay, now I'm following. By the way, by the way, it's not like I didn't trust you. It's just that I needed to understand it myself. So I see. Here you hold the lock and then you release it. Right. You create like an what should we call this thing? Like you create an entry in the hash map, yes, which does not have yet the query in it. But once you create it, put it in the hash map and return it, then you let go of this hash map. That makes perfect sense. Then this value gets passed to get cached query, which locks the entry. And then if it locks the entry, then it performs this operation. And I see what you mentioned that it's like optimistic. I think that's actually fair. That's fine. That makes perfect sense. I think this is cool. And then it returns everything. So yeah, I think that what we are observing is the fact that that my website, it's mostly it's pretty much all Zig samples. Not all of it, but a good part of it is that. That said, I think we are seeing more overlap, right? I think these guys used to be way less overlapped, and now they are more overlapped. And I bet you that this is one that has Python in it. No, this one, Zine SSG, has other things, but it has syntax. Does syntax tell me which language it is? I should give it a name to this. Like you should put a message in here that says what language it is. You know what? Let's add that so that we know. Okay, like this one that overlaps a lot. This one has more injections loading time than query loading time. What the heck is this thing? Markdown. Okay, so in this case, we were highlighting Markdown. In this case, we were highlighting Go. So yeah, now you can see the overlap. And that's nice. So it doesn't translate into like a ton of savings. Although, I mean, this is 255. I think we were at around 270 before. So we did gain something, just not a ton. But yes, there is more overlap than before. Previously, these tiny ones would not overlap this much. I should have saved the stack trace, well, the trace for these other ones. I have one. Let me see. I'm going to save this one. Faster. Save. Yeah, sure. Discard. Open save trace. Slow Tracy. No, I think this one is too slow. This one is already after. This is already this doesn't have the other lock thing. Oh well. Well, you know what? It's fine. Nice. You got traces to show the lock contention. So we put on like a Tracy thing. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So in flow. I guess we put it here. before we try to lock. And then we put it here. Let's see. How do we see this? So query get cache query. I guess this is the lock contention, right? Every time these guys overlap, they're basically waiting on one another, more or less. These guys can run without trouble. Markdown, go. What's this one? Zig. So yeah, they're basically all waiting for that to be completed. But I mean, what can you do? It is what it is. Put this on right after the lock to see the actual work versus wait time. Yeah. I guess I could even put two. Let me think. I guess we want two of those. Well, yeah. Oh, I think it's pain. So this guy was spending most of the time waiting. This guy was spending most of the time waiting. This guy was doing the actual work. Everybody else was just waiting on it. Yeah. So, I mean, that's just how it is, right? What can you do? Look at these other pages just not caring at all, just living their best life. I have to say, three-seater kind of sucks. In this context, given what we're trying to achieve, like if you look at the cost of three-seater compared to everything else, it's like it's gigantic. It's like absolutely gigantic. And I don't even want, like, the thing is that let's assume that everything that it does is as it needs to be. Like it's super efficient. But the fact that like those queries are dynamic, for example, that's another thing that I don't need. I like those queries could be hard coded for me. So like they could be basically loaded at comp time for all I care. You should build Receiver as release fast even for debug builds. Yeah, that's true. But the problem is still the same, right? Like if we do this, we're gonna see that overall the performance improves, and that's fine. But I think that we will still see that that three-seater types will still dominate everything else. I think that part it's not going to change. So yeah, overall much smaller, but still, like, compared to everything else, is a ton of time, which is kind of crazy. So, out of curiosity, let's do a tracyless release fast build. We were at around 30 milliseconds before. I guess we haven't improved a ton now because it's mostly going to be the same. So I would expect that Hyperfine reports probably even the same number. No, it's faster, 25. Cool. So we went from 30 to 25 milliseconds. Not bad. So first of all, Neurosite, thank you very much for your work. This has been truly appreciated. Thank you very much. I mean, we went from waiting 2 seconds to 25 milliseconds. Not bad. Not bad at all. That said, I do think that there is an open question there about whether it is worth to have three-seater do the syntax highlighting, because it's dominating. Without three-seater, this would take way less, in my opinion. Let's see if we can short circuit this, just to test this idea. Okay, this is basically me not doing any syntax highlighting at all, pretty much. Expected type found error no language. What do you mean? Error invalid language, not a matter of the destination error set. Oh, but then there's all the other errors in writer. Come on, dude. Like, without syntax highlighting from three-seater, we go from 25 to 6 milliseconds. Like, we are obviously giving functionality up. So it's not like that those 25 milliseconds are entirely wasted. Actual work is happening in there. But I mean, it's pretty big, man. I wonder why the three-seater query parser is so slow. Three-seater Zig's highlight queries Are only 300 lines of scheme. 3-seater parses Z code faster than its own scheme code. Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. That's so funny. What theme do you have for your terminal helix? It's called One Dark. You can use 3-seater false. Okay, yeah, no worries. I figured it out on my own end. So like the difference is pretty big. Like we're wasting so much time loading 3-seater stuff. Three-seater alternative. 3-seater versus LSP. Huh. 3-seater isn't really an alternative to LSP. Who said LSP? Babelfish. Awesome 3-seater. What do we have in here? Grammars. Others. What do you mean others? The fuck is this thing? It's still grammars. Language bindings. Atom language support. Tools. This ecosystem has nothing going for it. This is insane, by the way. Like, if you think about it, it's crazy the abysmal state that developer tooling is in so many ways. It's absolutely crazy. At least they have a nice dark mode website. This used to be uglier. They made it nicer now. There is no way of preloading this stuff, right? Like I'm not forgetting anything, right? TS parser this, TS parser that, TS node, TS3, TS query. Symbol table. Array of capture quantifiers. What is going on here? Am I looking at C generics? So here's what I'm thinking, Neurosite. Here's a life hack. The life hack is you somehow load these things once, you serialize their state somewhere, and then you like kind of rehydrate the struct basically. Here's a life hack. I guess the question is how many of these freaking things are pointers that make this whole idea more annoying. Symbol table. Please no pointers. Array of characters. Array of slices. What? Can I see what is an array? Like, can you at least show me what's an array? Like, now I'm curious. Array you in what? Where is array? Where is array? Come on. Array.h. This is gonna be terrible. I can already smell it. Define array. Struct with content, size, and capacity. Of course, it's a ghost style slice. It's an array list. Okay. Could be worse, I guess. Like they don't even have the concept of I keep this thing as an array list as long as I need to mutate it. As long as I'm parsing the query and then I only keep around pointer and size and I drop capacity after that. Freaking C code. Huh. I'm working on well, what do you know? I'm working on a static site generator in Rust, which I hope uses three-seater-based syntax highlighting as it stands, creating as an expensive operation for some languages like Ruby. This can take upwards to 500 milliseconds. Jesus. Is measured in the order of 50 milliseconds compared to total time to generate my site, 15 milliseconds. Haha, yeah, it's 6 for us. Although it depends on how big is this guy's website, so never mind. Without syntax highlighting, this is astronomical. Agreed. In comparison, so this is 2022 still. Oh my god. Loading a syntax set takes in the order of 25 milliseconds. This is for the entire set, not per language, as blah blah blah. I've started work on a fork which introduces the concept of hydration, in essence allowing a highlight configuration structure to be serialized and then deserialized, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Can be created in about half the time. The hope is to decrease this further, but to do so it requires being able to deserialize a TS query, removing the need for hydration to call TS query new entirely. We should reduce the highlight configuration creation time to nearly 0. Looking at TS query, it appears to be serializable, but seeing as the structure exists only in C, it isn't reproduced in the bindings. I'm not certain that efforts to serialize it would go anywhere. So my issue amounts to the following. Are there plans to decrease stuff? Okay, let's see what people reply. You know what? Let's read a little bit more of the question. Sorry. I have this bad habit of skipping stuff. Are there efforts to decrease the time to create a configuration? Is the representation stable enough for serialization? Are there any other APIs that may be missing? It would make it significantly less expensive to create one of those things. One alternative is to have separate modes of building your site. So for iterative building, when editing, you can use simple fast syntax highlighter or none at all. In the rare occurrence, no, dude, just make your shit work well. No, this is not an answer. Any answer for the TS query question? I'm in the same case with an SSG where most simple sites render with syntax highlighting in less than 1 second. What's syntax? Oh, it's a competition. So here's the alternative, except it's in Rust. Let's see. If I didn't miss something in the proposed query, the iteration implementation, it just makes something with serialization of some supplementary query metadata and doesn't provide yet solution for a root cause. Tricita compiles and verifies queries against a language for correctness in runtime. The good solution for the problem is needing to elaborate a true query serialization format that will be loadable just as a chunk of memory and usable directly by a query's runtime. Also, serialized queries need to be stored separately in binary files or merged into language or library files with some API to access them. So, okay, since its creation, this thing has been mentioned from in Zola, investigate tree-sitter to replace syntact. So Zola does not use tree-sitter. Zola is the Rust Yugo equivalent. I was looking at the tree-sitter stuff and found tree-sitter blah, blah, blah. Apparently, the WASM versions of the tree-sitter grammars are less bloated. I don't know what the penalties would be if we include a WASM runtime and all the grammars into Zola, but it does seem nice as a way to reduce binary size. Huh? Looking into porting TextMate to Rust, here's the details. Onigrs is barely maintained. Last Git update was over a year ago. Oniguruma, I don't know what this stuff is. Okay, let's continue. Thing is, tree-sitter doesn't have the quality of output. A lot of grammars are obtuse and difficult to modify, and they contain basic errors. For example, I filed this bug a while ago in the HTML syntax. Oh, God. Okay, out of curiosity, let's dive deeper a little bit. Parser failure on unclosed head inside unclosed HTML. Instead of being labeled as an implicit closed element inside of an implicit closed element, it's labeled as an error with 2 star strings. This feels undesirable. I don't know, man. Considering how missing blah 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 will cause the entire document or half of it to be enclosed in an error node, which breaks the parsing of the individual parts. Okay. Let's pull back. Let's see. I tried looking into the grammar, but it generally made no sense where it would begin to go about fixing this. Blah blah blah. To be clear, HTML parser still doesn't work despite everything. Well, but man, HTML is a particularly weird corner case. So that said, fine. Not a huge deal. Zola currently uses Syntact, which uses the same version of OnigRS. You get slower setup in general. Size of text-made grammars is a non-issue. You can fit all programming languages grammars in one tree-sitter. Grammar like Swift? What? Bumping the size of the binary by 80 megabytes minimum. Is it? $1.2 megabytes. I'm leaning towards TextMate just to leverage the whole VS Code ecosystem, which is kind of the editor that more and more people are using, so it will have the bigger ecosystem of syntaxes. For what it's worth, this would be a complete reason for me to switch to Zola, which I'm considering anyway. Okay, dude. Thank you. I hate when people do this, like in especially in a issue discussion on a project. It's like, anyway. Let's see. It's a bit shocking to me that I can seem to find a single satisfied generator that leverages actual AST for highlighting over dumb regex. Maybe a nice way to stand out. Blah, blah, blah. Closing in favor of another discussion, which is still open from January. Let's see, previous slide was focused on tree-sitter, but it might turn out to be the best choice due to size. Some syntaxes are more than 90 megabytes. What syntaxes are that big? What the fuck are they talking about? Wait, what? Is this really how it is? Oh man, if you do that, you know what? I think in the end, it's not that hard, right? I mean, it's obviously annoying that you have to do that manually and you're basically hooking into internals of three-seater that are not guaranteed to be stable. So, yeah, it's a bit annoying. But at the same time, um, it's not that super hard. You just have to serialize a bunch of those stupid things, fix up those pointers, and then boom, you're good to go. And at which point, you know what's interesting also on your side? If you do that, then you can get rid of all the mutexes. You don't need when you're going, you don't need mutexes anymore at that point. That I think would also be cool. But this whole thing is very interesting. Let's see, for what it's worth, I had a look at about a dozen grammars, and all of them were using very simple regexes. I believe the regex crate should be able to handle them, maybe with a translation layer, if not, if there are any exceptions. What? Oh, the TM grammars, I guess. Why not have the options between proposed highlighters instead of all in one? That's another delightful thing that people like suggesting in threads. Hey Matt, that's another truly delightful thing that people love to suggest. Like, yes, people are evaluating option A versus option B, and then somebody has this genius idea. What if we had both? What if we had both A and B? I can only see the upsides. I don't see any downside to doing that. God damn it. Also pigments for Rust. In my opinion, the right play is to port VS Code TextMate to Rust just to benefit from up-to-date syntaxes. Okay, so Zola is basically not... They don't seem to be super interested in three-seater. They want to use TextMate grammars. Yeah, I don't agree with that approach. Or rather, obviously they're free to do that. It's a reasonable choice. But I think three-seater is preferable to TextMate grammars. Matt, check this out. So Zine used to take about 1.5 seconds to render my personal website, and we got it down to 25 milliseconds. Without three-seater syntax highlighting, it takes 6 milliseconds. And unfortunately, most of the time spent unfortunately, most of the time spent in three-seater is loading queries. So I'm going to show you something real funny. Well, my personal website is not super complicated. Let's see what happens with a more fancy website. Although, you know, I'm doing a pretty good job at distributing work across multiple threads. That's for sure. So, okay, now I built Zine. Did I build it with Tracy? I built it without Tracy. Okay, so I built it without Tracy, so I can show you that we run it with Hyperfine, and it's like 25 milliseconds. But if we enable Tracy, which is gonna slow it down, but it's still a release build. Okay. Run Tracy, connect. That was not what I wanted to do. Actually, maybe it worked, but no, not save trace, discard. Okay, connect. No hyperfine. Just normal run. And you look at it, and it takes 144 milliseconds. Again, this is 100 milliseconds is so this time here pretty much is there just because I have a sleep to make sure that Tracy gets all the data. But okay, setting that aside, like we're spending a ton of time loading stupid fucking queries from Tricitter, and it turns out that loading Tricitter queries is incredibly slow, like incredibly slow. So long story short, yeah, long story short, we basically want to make sure that to load these things like at build time. And so I was confabulating with Neurosite about the idea of we were like, but confabulating might not be the right word. We were conspiring to see if we could basically have a build step of flow syntax that loads queries, serializes them like the loaded data, and then we basically rehydrate them in the final executable. We stop bundling the original query text, I guess, at that point, because we don't need it. Maybe we do actually. I'm not sure. That's something that Neurosite will need to figure out by himself. But the idea is that then basically we turn that loading time from, I don't know, like what it was like 16 milliseconds a pop to basically 0. So let's see. Oh, I shouldn't have closed the Zola tab, I'm guessing, because I'm guessing we should go back to see the discussion. Yes. Oh, no, wait, there were more. Wait. There were more discussions in here? No. Okay, so we went to the other thing. Let's see, what were people saying here? Okay, so they left basically this discussion open in January, and they want to go with text-made grammars for Zola. Good on them. So that's where they want to stay. Three years ago, there's one comic that introduces dehydration. And of course, it's in Rust. Okay. Okay, that was an adventure. So I think that basically we can pull down this build time also still consistently somewhere. So we can take this 25 and turn it something closer to 6. Man, what an adventure, for real. Okay, let's get... Love the air, thank you. Okay. Look, here's what we can do. I can like stay. I can not get a haircut for like, I don't know, 5-6 months. Then you come visit, and then we find a way to both sport the same haircut afterwards. How does that sound? Okay, so this was, man, this was such an adventure. So I'm honestly, I guess now the plan is to basically see if Neurosite is interested in actually pulling this off. So he has a good motive to do so, because yeah. So for Flow, Flow doesn't have doesn't isn't affected by this problem as much as I am, because with Flow you basically only worry about like one language at a time. So you're loading, like you open the editor and you open one file with it and then you change to another file, but like anytime you take that hit, it's when opening a file. And I guess maybe you can do like pre-fetching once the thing has started, but like the startup time has to be basically yeah, it takes a hit of, let's say, 20 to 30 milliseconds depending on the language, I guess. So in his case, that's what he would gain. He would gain basically 30 millisecond uh, speed up when opening Flow. It's not gigantic, but it's also not bad. Cool. Okay, so in the meantime, let's continue trying to port the. So my personal website has been ported. Self-hosted Zine handles it. By the way, I also made some changes. Did we mess up the diff in any way? No. Nope. I think we're good. Last build date is different. Yes, there's nothing you can do about it though. Okay, so we didn't regress anything. That's awesome. Okay, let's continue our implementation work. So we hit another to do in Site 235. Using Zine? Let's fucking go, Matt. Let me know if you need any feature that, well, you know what? Never mind, because I need to push forward with self-hosted Zine first. But it shouldn't take long, honestly, to catch up. It will take a few weeks more. But yeah, but I'm getting there. Okay, so we have a failure in Site 235. Panic to do. What is this? Page. Okay, so getting a page by site. That's not too bad. I think a page needs to know its variant ID, though. That is kind of important. Context template. Template has variant ID. Oh. Yeah, no. That is not really it, is it? So this is currently wrong for multi-language websites, but I guess we can worry about that once we get there. Okay, so we're looking at a page from site, which means from variant. So how do we do this? We basically want to take the page path. I guess it's also the same thing as what we were doing in work when we see an absolute ref. Have you seen these? Building websites with LLMs? Oh no. Let's see. And by LLMs, I mean lots of little HTML pages. What? I recently shipped some updates to my blog through the design development process. I had some insights which made me question my knee-jerk reaction to building pages of pieces of a page as JS-powered interactions on top of an existing document. With cross-document view transitions getting broader and broader support, I'm realizing that building in-page progressively enhanced applications is more work than simply building 2 HTML pages and linking them. I'm calling this approach lots of little HTML pages in my head, as I find myself trying to build progressively enhanced features with JavaScript, like a flyout navigation menu or in-page search or filtering content. I stop and ask myself, can I build this as a separate HTML page triggered by a link rather than JavaScript injected content built from a button? I kind of love the results. I will separate small HTML pages for each quote-unquote interaction I want, and then I let CSS transitions take over, and I get something that feels better than its JS counterpart for way less work. Allow me 2 quick examples. Filtering. Working on my homepage, I found myself wanting a list of posts filtered by some kind of criteria, like the most recent posts, ones being trafficked the most, the ones that had lots of Hacker News traffic in the past. My first impulse was to have a list of posts you can filter with JavaScript, but the more I built it, the more complicated it got. Each list posts need a slightly different set of data. Each one has a different sort order, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Don't tell me. Did he really do that? Did he really implement this as separate pages? That is mind-bending. Then I thought, why don't just this with my static site generator? Each filter can be its own separate HTML page. And with CSS view transitions, I get a nice transition effect for free. Let's see. Minutes later, I had it all working. Mostly, I had to learn a few small things about aspect ratio and transitions. Plus, I had fancy transitions between tabs for free. Huh. Navigation. It got me thinking, maybe I should do the same thing for my navigation. You're joking. Is this really? Okay, so jokes aside, this part is okay. I was kind of I was like not being serious earlier because sure, obviously you make different pages and it works, but having a separate page for a menu that kind of acts as if it's like an overlay, but it's not really an overlay. This is kind of clever. This is something that I didn't think about really. I would argue that this one is a little bit more jank. So I'm not sure if I like this last one because it's kind of lying to you. But still. Fine. Okay, this is nice. This is overall a very nice thing. Albocat, hey, been enjoying your Showtime videos. Thank you. Recently started looking into SSGs and have been playing with Zola. Excited to give this a go. Cool. Let me tell you one thing. I'm currently in the process of rewriting Zine as a fully standalone application. Right now, if you go on the official website and like you clone the main branch, you will get basically instructions on how to use Zine as part of the Zig build system. And it works. But the user experience is not yet fully polished. So yeah, well, I don't know. I guess my only point is be aware that a fully standalone version of Zine is coming and it's going to be pretty fast. It builds my website in like 20 milliseconds currently. And we were talking about, like, I don't know if you were here earlier. So if you were not here earlier, know that we spent like about an hour chatting about ways of improving performance past that. Well, actually, we started earlier today with a very slow Zine because of three-seater queries, and then we sped everything up. And now we were chatting about how to go from 25 milliseconds to something even lower than that. But in any case, the point is standalone is coming, so I don't know, be aware of that. But I still have to catch up. Like, there's a bunch of features that are not implemented in the standalone version, and I'm literally implementing them right now as we're speaking. Okay, so we're gonna want to grab the variant. Do we do that anywhere? No. Of course, why would we? Okay, so the imagine how many times you would have to hit the back button though. I think there are ways to make this work. Like, I think that you can use like it would still require JavaScript, but you could instruct JavaScript to basically automatically pop one entry from your history whenever you're entering certain pages in certain ways or something like that. So we grab the variant and then we want to get the page. So we do this also in WorkCare when analyzing markdown files. So let's do the same. We are referencing a page and we have an absolute path to it. I think we do it like this, right? We do this, then we do this. I'm gonna copy paste a bunch of code and then try to make sense of it afterwards. Sub blah blah blah. Then we grab the hint, and then we do this, and that gives us the auto page. Okay, let's see how we can make this more coherent. Oh yeah, Tracy rocks. Absolutely. Okay, so well, maybe it's worth calling this variant then. So get path name. Get path no name from pref. That is indeed correct. Which in our case is just ref. So we get ref. That gives us a path. Maybe. If it's there, then we're good. Then this is doing break with this thing. Why are we breaking? Why are we breaking? Oh, I see. Because we basically wanted to return this information. I think we can. Okay, I think in this case we can flip this thing around. Let's see. Kind of like this, except that error reporting will have to be different. I guess we might as well just do it right at this point. So remove this thing. This will become return value dot error fmt. And I don't know how we're going to complain, but we'll need to complain. It's going to be something like missing page. I guess, and then ref. And I guess this is where we leave it. Can even Yeah, we can even simplify it like this. Okay, then we append, if this goes well, we append ref to it. We don't break anything, so this is going to be a path name. We don't have index.html, so we need to get our hands on index.html. Okay, then we append more if we need to. Do we actually need to do this? Now that I think about it, in our case, do we need to do this? Because this should return a page. We don't care actually. We only care about building this stuff if there's a link. So various table ref. Yeah, we don't care about this at all. Okay, that's cool. So hint variant URLs get this path name, correct indeed. And if there's a failure, then we need to do this. Or else return, and it's still pretty much the same message, I guess. There you go, missing page. Then we switch hint kind. If it's page main, we're happy. Otherwise, we want to error out. And the error is going to be something like this. No, what are you talking about? Oh, is this too much? Okay, it's just a double comma. Okay, so otherwise, still missing page. Does Zine clear the destination folder on build? Currently, it does not. In the future, it will. So I basically currently don't have a well-designed like release command that does an actual release. Well, currently means what you get on main branch. I can tell you also what the problem is. The problem right now with main branch one is that by integrating with the Zig build system, I as in inside of Zine, I don't have an easy way of getting a precise list of files that I created. So, well, I mean, technically, I could nuke the destination folder every single time and then replace everything anew. Technically, I guess. We'll see. In any case, new Zine, I plan to have a way of doing that. But you know what? With old Zine, here's what you can do. You can just straight up nuke the destination folder yourself inside of the Zig build script. That's what Jekyll does, and it destroyed my server twice. Nice. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that it's a risky command, so it needs to be it cannot be just the default behavior that it doesn't tell you about. Yeah. Oh no. This side is built with Hugo now. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. I think I mean, I think I think, to be fair, the one situation where it's actually important that the SSG deletes data is not when you're making a release, but it's when you are running a development server. So when you're running a development server right now, Zine does not delete the data that the dev server shows you. So you will be able to access files and pages that were deleted, and that can get confusing. So in reality, the one place where this is mandatory is in the cache, where you are serving, where you're running basically Zine serve or Hugo serve. That's the one place where it is very important that you delete all their files. Otherwise, you cause confusion. Everything else is, yeah, I agree that the default behavior shouldn't be destructive, but then maybe you can add a convenience thing. But yeah. Yeah, but in any case, it's two different things, right? Like, or rather, in current Zine, in the one that you get from Master Branch, the two things are pretty much the same, because you basically build the website and then you also happen to have a web server running on that same directory. But in the new version of Zine, this thing will be modeled in a more precise way, and so we will know when we are in one context versus the other. And so yeah. Okay, so value RFMT missing page. And then this is it. And so this is what we return. Wait a second. Variant pages items. Yeah, correct. Okay, so we have implemented this. What's the next problem? Point to the discard of GPA. Expected enum found context.string. Oh. So we don't have string table. So we will want to get that. Where are we using GPA? Why did it say that I should not have a discarded GPA? Where are we using? Oh, we're formatting the error message. Understandable. Understandable. Expected type. Oh, right. Can I just do this? Oops. Why are we doing a release fast? Okay, next problem is this a to-do or a panic? Get my name return not found. There's a syntax. Hello, Bytefox. Progress is good. I don't know when you went away, but rendering my website went from in debug mode went from 1.5 seconds to 200 milliseconds, and in release mode is 25 milliseconds, I think. So it's much faster. Um, and so now I started porting the official Zine website. So the Zine website uses more features. So now I'm basically hitting a bunch of panics, mostly to dos. But now I hit something else. Now I tried to highlight code, and we got an error because the language was not found, which is kind of surprising because it shouldn't be a problem, but apparently it is. So we hit syntax 58, and so this is the error trace, and this caused a panic immediately. What? So this returns the error create file type, but that's called by us in highlight. So who calls highlight code? HTML does. And here we panic. Oh my god. Oh my god. So that's how it is, huh? Okay, so here's the problem. The problem is the whole way we report this stuff is absolutely awful. Also, can we see the error message at some point? Like, this is every thread pooping itself. There we go. Implement support for. Oh no, never mind. So this stack trace was, I think, kind of messing with us. This is, or you know what? Maybe that also happened. Well, I guess we'll get there. But we hit another panic. To do. We hit a to do. Implement support for node type 800C. And I know what this is. Okay, so this is gonna be exciting. We had a an issue that was opened a while ago where people were complaining something to do with tables. Where's the table stuff? Panic on badly, formatted date in front matter, development server, support sites with fail to build, global configuration, syntax highlighting, alternative dev server. Wait a second. Did somebody close it? That wasn't myself. I like how the expression is stored in memory. What am I looking at? Calculator.zig. Expression.zig. nodes. An expression is an array list of nodes. Real, unary, binary. Nice. Oh. So, huh. Here's one way in which you could improve on this, Danik. I'm assuming that this is your repository, right? You didn't just fork it. You are working on it. So here's one downside with your current approach. By making this a union of different size things, you have one problem with this. This being a union of different size things. So Unary has 1 byte plus 64. So you're already taking a huge hit in terms of size for this guy, because this guy is going to be big, like 2 U sizes because of padding. And then binary has 2 U sizes plus this guy. So this is going to be big 3 U sizes once you include padding. So you might want to look into a representation that doesn't have, well, you know what? Maybe you don't care. So sorry. I should preface what I'm about to say with, this is perfectly reasonable. If you just want to make this work and not be too complicated, great. Like the data types design looks cool, very easy to understand and follow and reason about. That's great. If you want to eventually improve performance and memory consumption and everything else, then you will want to basically find a way of not having any padding in this stuff. That being the idea. And so how you can do that, that's like, I guess, an open question. But one guess could be one way. Let me think. Well, basically, one idea could be that you put these indices to expressions in a contiguous list, and then you have another list that tells you if you need to move forward by 1 or 2 items, something like this. You know what? I don't think I can design this from scratch, like fully in a way that makes sense as we're speaking. But there are definitely ways of making it work, and maybe you might want to indulge into some of that design work, or maybe not. Maybe if you're happy with this, just leave it as is. But be aware that you are wasting a bunch of memory because of padding. So keep that in mind. Okay, let's go implement Node. So I can't find that issue, but here's the problem. And it's actually a happy problem. So the problem is that previously we were, in the past, we were completely offloading rendering of nested, of nodes created through extensions. This was entirely left to CMark itself. We weren't rendering those things ourselves. And that also had the downside that we couldn't process expressions and other things like scripty expressions inside of those nodes. And now instead we can. So right now I'm handling strike through, but I bet you that we need to also handle I bet you that we need to also handle table. I think it's CMark node table. And yeah, table is going to be more complicated because we don't know how that works. So we're going to need to look at CMark, CMark GFM to be precise. And we're going to need to see how they render their table and basically replicate the code and tweak it if you want to. And when I was aiming at ease of lifetime management, that makes total sense. So let me put it this way. There is absolutely nothing wrong in not going right away for maximum performance. So go for what you care about at the moment. But if one day you decide that you want to dive deeper into this stuff, or at some point you experience that you would like things to be faster or less memory hungry, I mean, a calculator, I'm assuming that your idea is like mostly like simple calculations that a human being cares about, that they would type in a calculator, in which case super efficient memory representation doesn't really matter. But let's say that at some point you want to, go ham and see how much you can minimize memory and whatever. That is going to be one way in which you can do that. So be aware. And also, I guess, similarly, if you ever look at a Zig project and you see that they are not using tagged enums to represent something that you would say that is definitely a tagged enum, a tagged union, well, the reason why they might be doing so is because they want to tear apart some of the components, put them in different places in order to not have to deal with padding, in order to be able to do data-oriented stuff, roughly speaking. So I guess that's the takeaway. Okay, extensions. So table. What functions do we have as a user of table? The answer is nothing much. I think this guy here has something for us that's table related. So let's see. Get table columns. It returns you the number of columns in a table. Then we have get table alignments. It returns a pointer to bytes. That doesn't say much. You can also set get table row is header. Sets whether the node is a table header row, returning 1 on success, 0 on error. And then there's task list related stuff. Okay, so we do not have a lot. Let's look at how they render this stuff. HTML render. I actually expected worse. It's not that bad. Okay, let's see. So if we are entering XXX, we just monopolize renderer opaque. I have no idea what that means. That gives us a HTML table state. This is, by the way, stuff that we do not have access to from the outside. I have to say, this thing is so bad. This thing is really so bad. Does CMark not have a table extension? Tables in pure markdown. GitLab PHP markdown. I'm fine with that. GitLab doesn't have docs about markdown anymore. GitLab flavored markdown. Tier, free, premium, and ultimate. Differences with standard markdown. GitLab flavored markdown consists of the following. Core markdown features based on common mark. Extensions from GitHub flavored markdown. Extensions made specifically for GitLab. Alerts, color chips, description lists, diagrams, emoji, footnotes, front matter. GitLab specific references includes inline diffs, math equations, and symbols written in LaTeX, strike through, table of contents, tables, task lists, wiki specific markdown. So references. The common market dingoes. What's the common market dingoes? Let me turn on lights. What is the common market dingoes? Like, is there a repo for this stuff? So they don't explain. So you don't know where this is implemented. Search Markdown. You know what? Let's make it easier. CMark. CMark.rb. Yes, but it's not really all Ruby, is it? Come on. Come on. Stop joking. Oh, God. Markdown engines. Module Banzai. UseGem is common marker, which is a Ruby wrapper for CMark GFM, including GitHub's GFM extensions. We now utilize the renderer built in C rather than the Ruby-based renderer homepage. This engine is currently not actively used. Okay, so this was a rendering engine of some kind. Markdown engines. How many do they have? How many engines do you need to have, dude? GLFM Markdown. Use GLFM Markdown gem to interface with the Rust-based comrack parser from KiwiCac. Well, guess what? Maybe I should give a chance to Koino at this point. Although last time it was started was 9 months ago. Hmm. Why does it vendor CMark GFM? as a submodule. Oh, vendor is not used by the Zig package. Okay, so it's there just for testing, I guess. Um, oh well, in any case, so we're saying they grabbed a pointer to table state by casting rendered opaque. Okay. Then we have if node type CMark node table, if entering render CR, not sure what CR is, carriage return, then table, then source positions if necessary, and then close table. And then we set table state to need closing table body to false. If we are not entering, if we are exiting, if need closing table body, then we close T body. Otherwise, we close table. If node type CMark node table row. There we go. Oh, these fucking idiots, man. These absolute fucking idiots. So the problem is that they don't give us access to table rows and table cells. They do all this stuff themselves, and we don't have access to any of this stuff. Like literally not any of this stuff. Mistletoe, but that's in Python. Yeah, I'm good. So what is going to be my strategy here? So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is Zig down. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look, but I wouldn't expect any other parser to really. Yeah, look at this. This is not mark compliant markdown parser. Not it will ever be one. Let's go. Zigdown inspired by Glow and MDCat is a tool to parse and render markdown file content to a terminal or to HTML. This will likely be forever work in progress, but it currently supports the most common features of simple markdown files. Well, I mean, it supports a lot. That's crazy. Oh, right, because this is for the terminal. That's interesting. Cool. Okay, this seems a very cool project, honestly. Not what I'm looking for, but it's a very cool project, nevertheless. So here's what I think we should do. This needs a renderer. This is so bad. I hate everything about this library, man. Who made this library? Let's just say they did not do a great job. I think we need to do this ourselves. Like we need to basically get access to these primitives so that we can do this. We can write this code ourselves. T-body and then tr. So if it's table row, if entering, where is it? Node as dot opaque. We're accessing the a as field of node dot opaque, and then we're saying this is header. An alternative way of doing this could be so the problem is that we don't have access of pretty much any of this stuff. Like we don't have access to what a node definition is. It's an opaque for us. We don't have a struct type for it, unfortunately. We don't have a struct type of for pretty much any of these things. So what I'm thinking is that maybe we should write some C code next to this. How does this work? Because it does HTML renderer, which relies on some of this stuff. Yes. Could we call into this from Zig? Not really, because there's like this writer system that we're not doing really. So the C code doesn't have a way of doing things. Okay, so no, we really need to basically we need to pull out these fields one way or another. We need to basically create a bunch of getters to get this information. I think it's the only way. I think it's the only way. Okay, let's see how we can do this. So we're going to CMark GFM, and in table.h, oh, so it does give us these three types. So it gives us these three values. So we know when something is a table row, when something is a table cell. What we don't know. Wait. Oh. Get table row is header. Okay, so we do have access from the outside to this piece of information, but what about the rest? So if it's table row, and then we have table cell, I see. And so if we are inside of a table header, we write th, otherwise we write td. So we can implement this from the outside, I think. And then get cell alignment. Oh, left, center, right. So that's what it gives us. So it gives us a letter, and we can use that to define alignment. Okay, so never mind. You know what? I take everything back. The people who did this work seems to have given us what we need in theory. I apologize for what I said before. Maybe we can make this work. Okay, so this is the way this is gonna have to be is when we're entering a table, we do table and then slash table. Table. Then there's gonna be T row and T cell. So this is kind of the idea. Obviously, we're missing all the nuance. There's all the other things that we need to fetch from the getters. But as a starting point, node row. Oh, it's table. Table row, table cell. Okay. Run now. Okay, next problem. Get cached query. Highlight code. Okay, so we are now hitting for real the fact that there's some code that we can't find or something. Assertion failure. There's a locking bug. What? We're hitting a locking bug? Really? Okay. That's bad. We're hitting this consistently. This seems to me that it's hiding another bug. I feel like we're hitting something else. Defer if entry mutex unlock. I guess in the meantime, we can make a single threaded build of it. Man, we're hitting it every single time, huh? Also, I'm not sure how this could happen. mutex unlock. So we're basically tripping an assertion that says that we're unlocking something from the wrong thread, which seems to imply a uh, yeah, no, okay, you know what? I think those other things are tripping because of this. This is where we're causing the problem, I think. And that's causing other things to go out of whack, I suspect. To be fair though, let's look at syntax 58. Are we like doing anything wrong when it comes to locks in this case? No, because we're not holding any lock in here. Get my name doesn't hold any lock. So this is where the error starts. This stuff is weird. This error trace, I don't know where this goes. I guess here. Yeah, we got to the point. Okay, so we got in here. We need some log debugging. That's what we need for sure. Sitnax. What's the Sitnax? Boss, what's the Sitnax? Okay, what is it that we're having trouble finding? Super HTML. I mean, I think we have all of them. Are we really having some thread sanitizer kind of deal? Sitnax Lua. Are we missing Lua? We're definitely not missing Lua. We are most definitely not missing Lua. So what is stripping those things? You know what? Maybe we need to run this with Tsun, and then would tell us what the problem is. Oh, you know what? I want also to, yeah, I want to change this to Tsun. Okay, let's see if thread sanitizer finds that we're being naughty boys. Oh god, it does. Location is global highlight query cache. But that's fine. There's a mutex protecting it, right? Data race. There's a bunch of those. To be honest, the fact that we hit panic and the fact that thread sanitizer is unhappy with us maybe has some meaning. worker.start. This is not helping much. Okay, change of strategy. Let's go with single threaded. No, you're serious. We build with single threaded? What? Okay, let's remove the sitnax spam. Really? There's actually stuff in public. Yeah. 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 Holy shit. There's a build.z.zone file in public. Are we reference counting also stuff that we call bytes on instead of link? Okay, let's fix this. So we're calling size. Does this reference count anything? Stat file, no. Bytes. Does this reference count anything? No. Did I put it? Did I put it in my static assets? No. Why is that file being installed then? Okay, that file is being. We don't know why that file is being installed. Fine. We're going to figure that out. Then we're missing community index HTML. That's sad. href has an extra slash because we didn't dedupe it. Hey, Dustin, my dudes. It's been a while. I turned in a while back and you had some kind of trace profiler. Was that built in Zig? No, that's Tracy. It's a C++ project. It's not built in Zig, but you can use it from Zig, and it's really nice. href slash docs super HTML scripty pound sign asset slash docs super HTML scripty slash asset pound sign asset. Oh no. That's not how this was supposed to be. How did we end up generating this? Okay. Double slash again. Bunch of double slashes. Double slash here again. So yeah, we need to be careful about these double slashes things. Again, double pound sign. Okay, so we're kind of there. We have some URL managing issue that we need to fix. That's for sure. Oh, look at this table. Look at this table. This had table, then T head with TRs. We don't have T head. We only have TRs. We have TDs. We don't have T body. So we lost T head and T body. We lost everything, but we know how to. Now we kind of know how to render tables. So we're gonna be able to do this. Wrong URLs. Okay, so I think we saw mostly what the errors are. Yeah, we mostly saw what the differences are. So we know what to do. Okay, one step at a time. So where do we start from? Yes, Tracy, as you typed it out, precisely. It's really nice. Where do we start from? So one of this stuff is certainly coming from site page here. Here that we're definitely doing something fishy, I think, maybe. No, not really. Everything has to come from calling .link on something, right? So it's gonna be page.link. This is basically old code where we hard coded slashes when we shouldn't have. Basically, that's annoying. Okay, let me think about this. So we're linking a page and we're using its MD path and MD name. So no, this part is fine. Never mind. The problem is in how we deal with, so this code is fine. The problem is how we deal with this in Super Markdown, which is in work here. It's in analyze content. So in here, we're being a little bit too liberal with how we create URLs. Just a little bit too liberal. Let's see. I was super excited for 014 to drop, but then got caught up in a stupidly large project for work. Has it messed with your code match? No, not too, well. There is one thing that you will find is going to be a big change from the past, which is something that has to do with the build system. But unlike usually, it's not build.zig, but it's build.zig.zone that you need to change. So the zone file has a bunch of changes that you need to make to it. But that's mostly it. Everything else is mostly roughly the same. So with Zine, I basically updated it near the end, like when the new version was coming out. So it wasn't a big deal in the end, except the fact that now zone files are slightly different. Okay, I think we need to like look at this code and like be more precise in how we render these links. Because we're not doing a good job at it. Also, here's who's doing the wrong here's who's doing the wrong ref counting. This guy. We do not ref count by invoking code. Code is not a ref count thing. So we don't get pointer. We do contains. And we break, I guess, on success. And we keep ref as the path. So this was the wrong reference counting. Then we grab source like this. Lang, blah, blah, blah. Do syntax highlighting. And then we set the URL to buff.items, which is not the real URL, it's actually the contents in this case. So we're kind of lying, but that's fine. Then, so this is fine. Now for these other things, we are appending alt.output, but we don't normalize it in any way. We should normalize it. How do we normalize it? So, okay, what are we doing here? Self page, and then we're linking to an alternative. I think yeah, we need rules around this stuff. We should probably disallow all kinds of absolute paths and dot slash references everywhere. Yeah, this should always be disallowed, I think. Yep. Okay. So it's time to bite the bullet and do it. So we're going to Markdown, Super Markdown, and we add these rules to the parser. These are parsing rules. We just need to add them there. There's nothing much we can do. So how does it work? In SuperMD, in context, where we implement these functions, we need to start validating things. So let's see. This stuff is all fine. Section, block, heading, image. Image has source. The source has its own setting things. It does not. But we have this. So URL is fine as is, but asset, let's add validation. Oh, yes, let's go. Let's see, expected one string argument, field already set, and then if self.source. Basically, we will want to trim. So we want to complain on white space, on a trailing slash, and also on a leading slash. Either that or we could strip those. Man. So here's my point. Here's what's making me a little bit unsure about what I'm doing. There's certainly value in forcing the user to be consistent and not use symbols that don't have meaning and like use them inconsistently to the point where you end up thinking that maybe they have meaning when in reality they don't. On the other hand, some of this stuff, could simply be, it's not that hard to trim those things from the edges. It's not that hard. That said, some path validation is certainly necessary here. Yeah, you know what? I think that we should. So we should definitely make leading slashes a parsing error. That's for sure because they seem to imply things that that shouldn't be implied. Then after that, what about training slashes? Maybe training slashes should be allowed because they don't do anything bad. But at the same time, if we make it a parsing error to have a leading slash that has no meaning, maybe the training slash. No, you know what? Maybe we leave that one. So we need some kind of validate path. Something like this. Something like this. We make a path validation error function that returns an error whenever, and we give it a path. Okay. So let's say strip spaces. Complain if there are spaces. Well, trim spaces. I don't know. Variety of spaces. I guess we could do ASCII white space. Okay. Then, now we know that we don't have any spaces. Next thing that we need to do is so paths must not have spaces around them. Then paths must not start with a slash, i.e., well, let's say all paths must be relative. Also, there's empty paths. Empty is bad. Do we validate emptiness in any of these guys? Not at all. So all paths must be relative. Then, well, wait. Paths cannot be empty. All paths must be relative. I think we can even ask this. We have is absolute. We have is absolute Windows is absolute POSIX. We're gonna do it is absolute POSIX. Actually, what does this do? Path greater than 0 and 0 is separator POSIX. Okay, then let's simplify it with our own implementation at this point. So how do we check if the path has any of that weird stuff? How do we check that? We need to validate it component by component. Like we need some path validation code from here. What do we have in here? Is separator, join, format join, as absolute this or that. Windows parse path, resolve. Hey, Caritam, split by separator and then check all except last. Maybe. I mean, technically we want to check everything, including last. Well, I guess you're saying last could be empty, and then we would be fine with that. True. Resolve Windows, resolve POSIX. 8. Let's see. This function is like a series of CD statements executed one after another. It resolves not we want to avoid those. Base name, relative, extension, component iterator. Wait, what's this system? Okay, component iterator. Multiple consecutive path separators are skipped, treated as a single separator when iterating. These are nice, but that's exactly what we don't want to do, right? So, yeah, it's on us to do the work. So, split also. All paths must be relative. Paths cannot contain windows style separators. Well, maybe POSIX is not a good idea. Or let's be more direct. As A, I think this should be as the component separator. Do, 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 do. 410. Do I really have to? Oh, you're right. God damn it. Okay, so next we do as long as we have a component. So if what state do we have in here? Do we know if we are at the last thing? No, it doesn't know, does it? Index buffer delimiter. Okay. So let's see. Cannot contain any relative component. Hey, Abner. Yes, I have a new haircut. So I'm thinking that maybe we should at some point relax this rule a little bit, because maybe dot dot is not a problem. Because dot dot allows you to navigate upwards. So you might want to navigate upwards. Let me think about it for a moment. Since we validate everything, maybe dot dot should be allowed and it should be resolved by us. But you know what? We can get there. You know what? We can relax this constraint if we find out that it's actually desirable. So for now, let's just ban it. So these things are not allowed in paths. Use the appropriate. Use the appropriate built-in instead. No, it's the opposite. The point is that I want people to input relative paths, because I'm always, in any case, the function that I use, the function that they use and give the path as an argument to, in any case implies where that path is, what that path is relative to. So it's never ambiguous. It's just a matter of not making the user think that what they're adding has a meaning that it actually does not have. And that also helps us afterwards in composing and chaining these paths together, because now we can avoid, like, one problem that I'm having is that I'm outputting on occasion. Let's see if we can find an example of that. I'm outputting currently double slashes because the user is allowed to input paths with a leading slash, and I want to make that a problem now for them. That helps everybody basically be more clear about this stuff. Okay, so path cannot contain any relative component. Now, if c.len is 0, then it better be the last component. So if it.next is different than null, then we return empty component in path. return this, and then finally return null. Okay, so this is passing validation. Okay, so let's start from the top. Directive built-in. Arctic tag, field already set. This is generic. So URL, we don't do validation on URL, or rather, we already have validation that for that, yeah. So path validation error for asset, path validation error for site asset. Path validation error for build asset. Well, no, build assets are different. Page. The first argument is the page path, while the second optional argument is the locale code for multilingual websites. Yeah, here we definitely want to do this to ref. And then sub, same thing. And then sibling, also same thing. Okay. We were building in the meantime, so it seems that we're good. So what I would expect now is that now we should get build errors from the website. Maybe we were not building. Are we building? We are building. Are we depending on local supermd? We are depending on local supermd. Was I wrong? Oh, yeah, no, that's the, you know what? This is definitely some of it. This is definitely some of it. Note, this must... Oh, I was about to say this must be kept in sync with Super HTML, but maybe we could stuff this function in Super HTML. Well, you know what? For now, so Super HTML also has the same problem, but where do we put it? In Super HTML, where do we put this? It cannot be in Super HTML. It has to be in Zine at this point. In Analyze page. No. Well, we have some of this stuff in Analyze page, Analyze content. Okay, so this is what we were looking at earlier. Also, we forgot to do the part where we strip the final slash, but okay, we're gonna do that next. So where do we complain about this stuff in a template? I guess it has to be in the template running code, like at runtime. That is very late because we could definitely do, well, no, never mind. I was about to say we can complain about this. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing that complaining in SuperMD is definitely a good idea. Complaining in Super HTML, it's not necessarily an equally good idea because you could be creating paths programmatically. It might be hard for you to have super precise control over leading training slashes, maybe. But you know what? For now, we don't care. So let's go into, it's basically asset, wherever you specify assets. So I'm going to paste our delicious function down here. And then I'm going to try to use it. Let's see. Link an asset. No. Size. Oh, you know what? Never mind. It's not this guy that needs us. It's everything else. It's site. So I guess I can put this in context. Okay, so we go inside. And when we're looking at an asset, when we get a ref, we could complain about it. So we do path validation error. Okay, so we do this with asset. We do this with page as well. Let's go. Pages. We do this for each page in here. And then, oh, this is all commented out because of to do. Okay. So built-ins should be, sites should be fine. Then local, no, that's fine. So we have page asset, complain about the ref. And then we don't have sibling. We have some pages. Each section, parent section, word count, locale is site, asset is current. Wait, we don't have anything. Prev next. We have link. Let's see. Returns the URL of the target page. Yep, link ref. Huh. Okay. We have alternative, but that's by name. Okay, so let's see what happens now. We're still not getting any build error. That's surprising to me. So it means that these things are generated is from something else still. Okay, how do we generate this then? This is in layouts, probably base, I'm guessing. We do site page. Okay, so we do this correctly here. Hello, X2. So here we do this correctly. It's us doing page and then link. That's wrong. So it's the code that is wrong is page.link. This guy here. We do this in the wrong way. I'm really surprised though. How the heck do we do this the wrong way? Oh, I know why. It's because this is empty. And so we end up with this. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Hello, X2. God damn it. So my genius, as in very dumb code, isn't even right. It's even wrong. I think we need to take this print step by step, and we can't do it one shot. So let's take our time. Hello, Team Artiro. Hello, hello. Okay. So first, try w.print. And we start by printing the path. Do we want to start with a slash or not? Yes, we want to start with a slash. So we start with a slash, and then we print the path. And this is it. Okay. Now, the path might have been empty. So how do we do this? I guess we can have maybe actually we can put this in an if. Like we don't even attempt to do this if it's the empty path. How do we know if it's the empty path? 0 is the empty path. So we could do if so path is page underscore scan dot md path. This above here. If path equals empty path, or like maybe different than the empty path, then we do this. Okay, and then we have the next thing to print, which is the name if it is different than index SMD. Otherwise, we just print slash. Is this it? There we go. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. Runs in release diff. There we go. Those things don't show up anymore. So we fix those links. We still are fucking up these ones. So this link is okay. So we now have, oh, you know what? This is a trading slash maybe kind of problem. Maybe we did not not do that, right? So we did the other validation, but we didn't do this. So there's that. And then we have the double ref problem. So we need to fix that also as well. Okay. So how do we do this? Let's see. See the Helix dedicated page. This is Markdown. This is Markdown inside of editors. Let's look at that very briefly. Oh, right. Neovim Helix. Why am I ending up with double Helix here? So this is a sub thing. Well, no, it doesn't matter, right? Because we got a page. No, wait. This is Markdown. No, I'm using Helix. Sorry, Abner. But the docs for Zine also do mention Neovim for people that use Neovim. So who's at fault here? I think that we are at fault in page analysis. So that's in worker. When we're analyzing this page, I think we're doing it wrong. Well, there might be some issue also in Markdown, but I think it's between Markdown, the Markdown parser, and here. So analyze content. That is a link to a child page. So let's see how we do there. Page, sibling, sub. We can maybe even put a print here. It's a sub page. So we start by printing, but we always have this. So we print this, and then we print this. If index page is different, so if the page is not index SMD, then we print this page and then a trading slash, and then we append slice p.ref, and then we append slice p.ref. Wait, were those things completely wrong? No, these are not completely wrong. Wait a second, what's going on here? Hey, thank you for the cheers. Might try Neovim or Helix in the near future. Yeah, honestly, Abner, if you're not like already super in love with Neovim keybinds, Helix might, well, you know what? You've already been in that discussion, so in Discord, so I'm not going to repeat that. But yeah, whichever it is, I think they're both great. So how am I messing this up? I'm unsure with how is it that I'm messing this up. Let's print p.ref. I think this is the problem. I think the problem is that p.ref contains a slash that it shouldn't contain, although that's weird. So let's see. Yeah, look at this. They all start with a slash. Except this one. Oh no. And some of them have a training slash, some of them don't. It's like, it's the far west here. Okay. Yeah, that's not great. Are they significantly different? I guess I'm not sure if I should say yes or no. There are some differences. Significant, I'm not sure. I guess it depends on your definition. So the main thing is, I don't know, like you want to, I don't know, people in chat, does anybody have a good example of a difference, like of something that is different in Helix versus Vim in terms of like normal movements? So you know how the high level description is that in Helix you do movement first and then verb second, while in Vim you do you do verb first and then movement second. So like in I think in Vim, if you want to delete two words, you would do delete. Well, you would do D to delete and then to W. You would do this, right? D to W. Right. Or in general, delete word, right? Delete word, yes. In Helix, you do the opposite. You do word to select a word, and then you do delete. So in Helix, basically, you do movement first. The advantage is that if you do this, by doing it this way, you always see what you're doing. Like you see the selection of what you're doing, right? You're not like you don't, how can I say, like, yeah, you can see how as you are building your thing. Also moving also selects implicitly. That's also that. I think another thing is that that I like is that you don't have macros. Well, you have macros, but you don't need them most of the time because you can do this. Like for example, I'm selecting these two lines, right? Let's say that I want to turn spaces into new lines. So I select them, I do select on spaces, enter, insert mode, new line. And now every space has turned into a new line. Obviously, you can do the same, you can get to the same end result with Vim, but you don't see the visual feedback. Like I want to turn all instances of Zine or I don't know, super. I want to turn all instances of super into something else, and I can see, right, the multi-cursor stuff. That's nice. So I don't know. Okay, these things are giga inconsistent, and that is annoying. So here's what I need to do. I need to implement what I was skipping, which is strip trailing slash. By the way, Timartiro, thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. So path. Uh, do, 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 do. I think I would recommend Helix to everyone not using /use to Vim. Yeah. Okay, let's see how we do now. This guy still has a trailing slash. This guy still has a trailing slash. So this guy does not come from Markdown. This guy comes from... This guy comes from the Super HTML stuff. So let's copy this function and move it to Zine in our context. So site. Okay, let's look at all the built-ins. Local code, local name, link. Oh, site.link. There's a link to the homepage of the website. Okay, that's fine. Here we're doing path validation error. Oh, okay, context, wait. So we do it for asset. We do it for page. Do we do it for page? No, because page returns a page. Pages, do we do it for pages? Not really. We want to complain about stuff, but then this is also not implemented, so we don't care. Then we want to go to page. When we do asset, we validate the asset. Yes. Okay, let's see if that has made any difference. This still has made no difference. Okay, where are these cursed refs coming from? We need to escape those. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. No, ignore public. It's not in public. Oh, look at this content. Oh, so this is where we do it. Right. Right. Maybe path validation error is not a problem. No, technically. Okay. AST. And then when we're looking at an image, link. One dot dot. Okay, let's make this a two dot dot. And then we strip. Okay, this code is not very robust, but we definitely made it better. There we go. Now these things are all normalized. Jesus Christ. We're finally there. Let's see. Dark structure. Okay, so now we have the problem of duplicated refs for some reason. How did we end up with a duplicated ref? God damn it, man. And yeah, let's fix this. Duplicated refs, huh? Duplicated refs. Where do we duplicate those refs? So I guess the question is, where are those refs defined? It's in Markdown. So it's in our analysis of Markdown code where they were probably messing up. Okay, so as I was saying, where do we deal with refs? Okay, question. Is it a self-page thing? It is not a self-page. Is this a page link? We probably want to print those refs, don't we? I'm starting to think that those refs are already created with some kind of slash. Well, sorry, with some kind of pound sign. So this is where we're doing this stuff. Mm, I think there are too many things called ref here. And like I'm confusing what these different refs are supposed to be, I think. Guess we'll see. So this is correct. These are all refs. Yes. But somehow we're appending them twice when we shouldn't. How do we end up appending them twice? I guess what basically we're saying is that this code is wrong, but I don't understand why. Yeah, if you look at the diff now, we're good. Except here. Except here. Oh, no. Oh, because in self-ref we do that. So why is there no point in doing this? So the reason why there's no point is because somehow we appended that already. Page. If it's an absolute path, if it's a sibling, and then we append p.ref, link video image directives, they all have URL self page, right? This is their source value, right? Their source is either URL self page or page. Or page asset. But let's look at this data for a moment. Link has source and it has ref. Source can be page and contain a ref and a locale. So what is the outer ref? I guess the outer ref is sub new alternative ref. Deep links to a specific element. So the outer ref is the anchor, while p.ref is the page path, okay? Which in this case is this ref. Path name, sibling sub. So this part seems fine. Then if there's an alternative, and if val.ref, that is definitely correct. Contains ref, and we complain, and then we're appending these things, but apparently they are already appended somehow. Somehow, here we are appending p.ref, and that is a different thing. P.ref. You know what? Let's read the debug of print. These should not be the same thing as ref. This should be a path, a page path, basically. Yeah, neovim, helix, scripty. Yep, it's a different thing. It's not these guys. So how do we somehow end up from this to that? Here's a ref where apparently val.ref self page ref. Are we by any chance try errors.append? Oh no. I have a try errors.append and have a continue outer. Wait, that's a nightmare. I should always continue outer, right? When I have an error. And here I had two places where I was appending errors and not continuing. I think that's a problem. All other places have that, so that was definitely a problem. So let's see, Waldorf ref, self-page ref. Let's look at those refs. Did they have a pound sign? These guys never have a pound sign. So where am I even getting the double pound sign? Oh, I guess it's when I get it. No, that still does not answer the problem though. This is still does not answer it. Append slice ref. Here we append p.ref. Here we append p.ref. Here we append p.ref. If it's a sub, we still append p.ref. Oh, you know what we're missing? We're missing the continue outer. Why are we not doing the continue outer thing? Because we were doing continue outer before. Why are we not doing continue outer in here? I mean, by in here, I mean here. Page. Then we have, still though, this doesn't answer why the things are printed twice. Oh my god, what's going on? What is going on, man? Page pound sign page. By the way, these are all self-page thingies. So these are all self-page. There is some code somewhere that's appending the freaking ref. How does it even work? Oh shit. Yes. That's exactly how it works. That's how it works. No. We don't. I thought we did. I swear I'm going insane. So somehow this fixes it, which is insane. This is like I cannot leave it as that though. Okay, let me. Sorry, I need to zoom out the font size. Like, I need to see more things all at once. What is going on? So, if there's an alternative, we validate the alternative and we append it. If val has a ref, this is in self page, which is mutually exclusive with all the other ones. In theory, we should append the ref, but we don't. Why? Especially, okay, what surprises me the most is especially in self page, because in self page, I think this is how we solve the mystery, because self page is where we don't do anything else in there. Look at this map CTX. And we continue outer. Like, we even continue outer. Page sibling sub. So inline else. Yeah. I'm not sure I can explain this. This is starting to seem to me like some kind of weird problem. Like because even if for some reason I loop over, like if I were to iterate over this node twice, even then I'm overriding the contents of source, right? Well, no, I'm setting them to URL, so I just don't touch them anymore. So how do we end up in this situation? Is this a concurrency problem of some kind? No, because we're running, I think we're supporting a single threaded build. So it's even a single threaded build. So what more do you want? So yeah, we don't print this here twice. So this is fine. I mean, yeah, I was going insane, honestly. Oh, oh, I know where we do that. I know where we do that now. I don't know why it took me so long to remember, but I know now. God damn it. We do it here. That's where we do it. There we go. That's where we do it. God fucking damn it. Yeah. Okay. So Z release, and then um git diff. So we definitely have to improve that table. So we're missing community index for some reason. Then the table is different. This is a good diff. This is another table difference. Public index.html content says community private zine instead of home. Oh no. What? That maybe also explains why we don't have community show up. Wait, where did my CSS go? Class. Oh, I think our index SMD has been replaced, has been overwritten by community. Why? Why are we messing up outputting community? And then log is also missing. Where did log go? And then quick start is missing. Okay, we definitely have some things to fix. What's the problem here? What is the problem here? So I see that the problem is that these are named pages that exist right below index. And I think they're being misclassified. Maybe. Interesting. So this is the next thing that we need to look into. I'm thinking that are we messing up with output folders? Maybe we are messing up in render page. So we have the page path and we have also the outdoor path. Okay, so this should go into log slash, and it should go into index. Wait, do we? But this is community somehow. But we said that this is community. Out there. page path dot len equals 0. Oh, there you go. There's the wrong code. Okay, table diff, good diff. This is a table diff. href log/index.xml becomes log/index. Yeah, that's wrong, but also not that wrong. That's annoying. That's definitely wrong. But it's also my fault. That is wrong, but it is also my fault. I guess what we can say is that all alternatives have absolute URLs, and that's it. And we don't make them relative, although there is value in having the ability to make them relative. Yeah, you know what? It's fine either way, though. So I should change this. And then the build rate is different. Wait, so if we fix this, which we can fix because I'm going to fix that in the source code. Haha. Oh, we have these assert, huh? Hmm. Hmm. I guess I could. You know what? I'm going to change this assertion to be the opposite. Let's go to worker.zig. Wait, what was it? 835. Or close to. Yeah, let's assert that the alternative starts with a slash. Oh, I see the problem. The problem is, I see. We assert that it starts with a slash, and then we do your name. One dot dot. Yeah, for now we do it like this. Okay, so there's a table difference, good diff, table difference, less built-in different. It's pretty much one-to-one. It works. We have pretty much everything working as it was before. So I know that we have a table in multilingual websites. Yes. Oh no. Our table is kind of a goner. Well, you know what? It actually could be worse. It's not great, but it could be worse. Just so we're clear, let's look at the official one. I mean, what did we style precisely? Oh yeah, we did style T hat, didn't we? No, that's standard. What did I style? TH, right? Yeah, I think I styled TH. Okay. So we just need to fix how we render our tables, and then we're done. The official website has been ported at that point. Honestly, I expected this to be worse. I expected more work. That said, I do think it's interesting that we have um, concurrency issues. Yeah, but this concurrencies issue stuff. I think this is something that I think this is a bug in Neurosite's code that he needs to fix, I guess. And that's it. Good progress in the crash handler. Nice. Okay, let's go back to single-threaded Zine. By the way, single-threaded Zine is still pretty fast. Like, single-threaded Zine in debug mode takes 173 milliseconds to run. That's not a lot, honestly. Well, the official website, to be honest, is also not that complicated now that I think about it. You know what we need? We need the big boss website, the official Zig website. That one is gonna be juicy. That one is gonna be super juicy. That one is gonna be super duper juicy. Um yeah, well, that one will have it has multilingual support that we currently just don't implement ourselves. Well, like current like new Zine almost has no support for that. Some of it is implemented, but a ton of it is missing. And yeah, and it uses build assets that we haven't implemented yet. So there's also that. Yeah. So let's see. What do I want to do next? I guess I'm gonna go to the math room real quick, and then we can look at the table stuff. Let's just get tables right. And I think we're almost done. Like that today was a ton of work that we did. Holy shit. Also thanks to Neurosite, of course. But yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Um, so I was saying tables, right? Let's get our tables going. So tables, 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 huh? Okay, so here is the problem. Table cell. So how does it work? So you might want to do T head, T body. And then you want to do TH versus TD. That's mainly it. TH versus TD. Okay, and we have built-ins. Well, we have functions, right? Oh, we also have alignment. God damn it. Right. So for each cell, we want to ask the alignment. And then I forget what the name of that thing is. Get table alignments. Wait, what does that even mean? Get table row is header of a node. Why is this plural? What's going on? What is going on? You have to index into the column number that you're in. Is that it? Get table columns. Okay, you know what? Let's do the table row is header for now. Okay, is this correct? It is correct. So this is tells us if it's header. So but table row is header. So you can't call it here. You have to call it on table row. Actually, maybe this works. Bool from int? Invalid built-in function. What do you mean? Boolean? No, bool from int. Come on. I guess. Only int from bool. Huh. I think it used to be a thing. I guess it was considered unnecessary and removed. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we run. Let's look at the new table. That's correct. Let's take a look at it. So it correctly does THDD. Yes. Do we want to do T-body, T-head, T-body? Um, maybe. 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 I guess the answer is if the next row if the next node is a table row, then we do T-body. Oh man, T-body is complicated. You know what? I'm gonna skip this one for now. Hey, Lowbite Fox, thank you for the $15 to the ZSF. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. I'm gonna do alignment. This one is more, definitely more useful. So let's do that one now. So we do this. And then we do if. Let's add more get table alignment. Oh shit, this is also not alignment. This is alignments. And it's still on a row. And it's like an array of bytes. Let's see the reasoning why it got removed. Okay. So get table alignments. This is another row thing. And here we want to call two functions. So first we want to call len. Where is this stuff? Table alignments. I'm not sure what the set functions are supposed to do, but get table alignments. And the other one is, oh no, it was get table columns. Oh well. Okay, so we do if cell. Well, no, up here, every time we enter, we say table alignments. Get table alignments. And when you get here, table alignments is an empty slice. Yes. How does this stuff work? Align equals something. Let's take a look at what the original code did. LCR, left, center, right. Okay. Okay, align left, center, right. But now we need to um, increase table cell ID. And then we need to reset it when we exit a row. Okay, are we good? Right, all right. This is print. Must handle all possibilities. Right. Attempt to use null value. Oh, guess the pointer can be null. These does not seem to be working. This guy does have alignment on headers. This guy has alignment because we do have alignment. Oh. Oh, wait. Alignment is set once for the entire table. That's the thing. I'm definitely using this wrong. Right. So no, this is fine. This is fine. This goes here. Can anyone clarify what is the plan with array list managed versus unmanaged? I can tell you. Basically, managed array lists are either going away or be renamed to something different, and the unmanaged version becomes the default one. So you do array list in the future, like 0 for 15, and doing array list gives you an unmanaged one. That's the idea. I think that the other ones will still remain, but with a different name. But I'm not sure. Maybe they will get taken out. I'm really not sure. So table, no is table header. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? It's just a. Okay, so I assumed the get table row alignments wanted me to call it on the header row, but now that I think about it, I bet you that this son of a bitch wants me to do that um on the node table node. If get cell alignment. Wait, this calls get cell alignment. So it can do that for a single cell. Okay, let's look at the implementation of the thing that we are supposed to use then. Dude, don't joke. Where do you implement this stuff? Start being serious. Is it in... Wait, is this implemented in source? No, there's just no way. Wait a second. I'm getting memed by GitHub again. Okay, it's implemented in table.c. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Yeah, so it needs to be called on a table row. Yes. Get table alignments. Yeah, it needs to be called on the table. And also columns needs to be called on the table. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, to be honest. Fine. What's the problem now? Assertion failure. Oh. Hey, did I not write? Did I not save this file? I failed to save that file somehow. Unexpected table cell alignment from CMark. Wait, what did that son of a bitch give me? Wait, what is this? What even is that? Empty string? Show me the number. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be null. Is that gonna be a hard 0? Yeah, we're getting a hard 0. So we're supposed to ignore it then? Oh, there we go. Now we have it. Now we have the alignment. There we go. Okay. So I would say we're doing a decent job with tables. We don't print T head, T body currently, but could be worse. Manage array list is being removed. I don't remember if it's being removed or renamed. I think it's being renamed to array list managed. But I might be wrong. In any case, it's not going to be the default array list anymore. That's for sure. So, okay. Get table alignments. Alignments. Who knows how these things get set though? Oh, it's zeroed because of calloc, I guess. So 0 means that the value is unset. It means that there is no alignment defined, I guess. Okay. There's an entry about it. Oh, let's see. After 014 is released, array hash map with allocator will be removed and unmanaged will be a deprecated alias of hash map. Okay, so these are hardcore going away. So basically there's like hmm. Okay, so we have tables. I think that with this, we are like very much closer to success. So this looks good. What's the other table? Index SMD table section page path. Oh, that's in. Oh, I closed that. So that's in the main docs, right? Or maybe not. Where the heck is this stuff? Index SMD table action asset directory. Yes. I should stop asking questions and just look at things. Super HTML scripty. The scripty reference has a table in it. Oh yeah, right. Docs, scripty reference for Super HTML. Somewhere in here, there's a table. God damn it. I probably surpassed it. I think this has to do maybe with, wait, we can, as a reminder, pages are defined by sections. There we go. No. Okay, there we go. This is it. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. It's pretty much the same thing. Okay, so yeah, we have everything working really nicely now. Next step is implementing the official Zig website, I would say. Although I have to say one thing, I've been not being super good at adding new tests. I should add new tests for all the things that we have support for now, and I haven't been keeping up with my unit tests. So I need to do that as well. Yeah. So I need to do that, and then Zig website. So here's also another thing that I'm thinking. We should definitely have a new documentation layout. Like, this documentation layout is not like, it could be worse, but it could also be better. One way in which it could be better is by having a sidebar with the table of contents. I think we should totally have that. So in any case, this is it for me. I'm gonna call it a day. Thank you everybody for stopping by. I hope you had a good time. And I think this is really it for me. See if anybody else is streaming. I don't see any announcements. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it a day.